Steve, do you want to lead us this one?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning.
Madam Chair, at this time, I'd like to move to amend the agenda to add amending the 2024-25 budget as presented by staff and also adding an executive session at 11:40 a.m.
Executive session personnel.
to discuss personnel.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to amend the agenda as stated by adding 9:30 to the public hearing, the 24-25 budget amendment request and a request for an executive session public hearing at 11:40. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. So with that, we will start with the budget amendment. Hans, if you'd come forward, please.
Morning, Madam Chairman, County Commissioners. Thank you for having us here this morning. My name is Hans Odie. I'm the First Deputy Park County Clerk. And this morning I will read into the record the resolution amending the fiscal year 24-25 Park County budget, whereas the Park County Board of County Commissioners held a public hearing on Tuesday, July 15th, 2025 to make amendments to the current budget. Therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Park County Commissioners that the 2024-25 fiscal year budget is hereby amended and shall incorporate the following changes: increasing expenditure items to the public health, maternal family health line item, $8,732.68. Increase public health temporary assistance for needy families line item by $1,375.76. Increase the public health emergency planning line item by $13,504.13. Increase county road fund by $20,582.34. Total expenditure increase for the 24-25 budget of $44,194.91. For your consideration, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. With that, we also have the approval of the 25-26 budget. So I'm going to open a public hearing for both. If anyone has any comments on the amended budget for 24-25 or the proposed budget for 25-26. Is there anyone here that would like to speak to that? And if so, you need to come forward and use the microphone and identify yourself for the record. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak regarding the two issues, the amendment or the proposed budget? For the third time, is there anyone that would like to come forward to speak on the amendment for the 24-25 or the proposed budget for 25-26?
Madam Chair, I move that we close public hearing.
Second.
Having no one come forward, there's a motion to close the public hearing. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay, with that, pleasure of the commissioners. Let's start with the budget amendment for 24-25.
Madam Chair, I move to amend the 2024-25 budget as presented by staff.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to amend the 24-25 budget as presented. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The amendment's passed.
Madam Chairman, that's resolution 2025-48.
Last night, we also held a public hearing, and heard a little bit about our budget for 24-25. Is there anyone that would like to make any changes in the 24-25? Sorry, 25-26 proposed budget? Okay, hearing none.
Madam Chair, just one question here, and I'm, yeah, maybe I'm reading this wrong. And Steve can correct me, but and this is minor, I don't even know why I bring it up, but if you look on that face, the face sheet of the general fund budget summary page,
Mhm.
it says total projected available funds 37,638,999, and then at the bottom it's 9,000. Is that just some typo or some,
Oh,
it's like $1 off? I mean,
right. Yeah,
it's nothing.
I see what you're saying, though.
Oh,
Yeah, it's $1.
Yeah,
yeah, it's probably a rounding. Oh, because
Okay.
it comes out to zero, so there's probably a rounding error.
okay, all right.
Let's round down.
Save the dollar.
I will.
I just caught that last night.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure, the board.
Madam Chair, move to approve the budget, final budget for 25-26.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve their proposed budget for 2025-2026 as presented. Any further discussion on the motion?
Madam Chair, just a point, again, the staff working, understanding the situation that we're in. And we're certainly proud of the staff coming forward. Each one of our department heads came in with ideas to help cut the budget. We're in a situation here where this is just the first. We're going to have to do this again next year, and it's going to be a lot more painful. But the key is the staff that we have. We're already losing staff, and with people understanding now that a lot of county governments are going to be having difficulty keeping staff, we're going to be poached more. And we've seen that already. It's difficult to get people to work for our sheriff's department, for our IT, for buildings and grounds, and even planning and zoning. We're losing somebody because other people have more money to pay their staff. And we're in a unique situation where the courthouse is in Cody and Cody does not have affordable housing. And we're seeing that with people trying to, well, with even our county attorney trying to get a staff. He's going to be making less than his staff because trying to get attorneys, and we're competing with the private sector and other government entities that are going to make it difficult for us. But I think the key is if we can somehow keep our staff, then we're going to continue to be successful. And we have been successful because of the staff that we had. But we're going to be hitting some rough waters coming up with less money coming in. And hopefully we can get through all that with the staff that we have.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd also like to acknowledge the fact that, yes, we did cut economic development in all three areas, Cody, Powell, and Matiti. Didn't want to, but that's an area that we are not required by statute to try to fund. And we felt our obligation at this point, while we still had the funds, was to support the senior centers and the youth where we could. We did cut our own recreation budget by $45,000. That will affect parents in the area that want to have their kids all going to sports. Those things might get more expensive for individual families. Not what we want, but that's kind of where we have to go. We have to meet our statutory obligations. So keeping our staff here in the building to meet those obligations, and the clerk, treasurer, assessor, buildings and grounds, road and bridge, that's important to us and something that we're required to do. So that's the way we have to look at the budget. So appreciate everybody's work on it. Any other discussion on the motion?
Madam Chairman. So we have two resolutions. One is for a resolution to provide income necessary to finance Park County, and then the other one is the appropriation resolution. Is it your intent through the motion that has been made to that you are approving these two resolutions through that one motion?
Yes,
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
yes, ma'am. Right, right. The change in Wyoming retirement is included and in the budget,
Okay, so we have three resolutions then.
right? And they
The-
all tie to this budget.
Okay, the resolution capping the Park County contributions to Wyoming retirement for public and law enforcement employee participants.
Yes,
The
Everybody understand?
income and the appropriations.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
understood? Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. And you'll get resolution numbers on
Yes,
all three of those.
Madam Chairman,
Mhm.
the resolution for the law enforcement contributions or public employee and law enforcement
Retirement.
participants for Wyoming retirement is 2025-49. Revenue resolution is 2025-50, and the appropriation is 2025-51.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Sure.
Yes.
I can't hear.
Oh, it's got a new emoji thing. This white box is now SharePoint.
Okay.
Oh, no, that's search. Uh-oh. You lost it completely.
Yeah, when I pulled it up, I couldn't find it.
Kelly, would you get IT, please? Does everybody else have their SharePoint? Scott's disappeared.
I can learn about this picture though. I click on this icon.
Is it from Egypt or something? Oh, I don't know.
What's that?
He doesn't have the same.
That's just.
We still need it to come up on the screen.
I couldn't find it. I went through all that.
Well, we'll have IT come up and
You can get
is he on
going.
his way? Okay.
Yeah, that says news. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, the next thing on our agenda is a consent agenda, approval of the minutes from July 1st. County Commissioners meeting, approval of payroll, approval of vouchers, approve and sign monthly earnings and collection statements from the clerk of district court and the sheriff. Approve and allow chair to sign the TANF FY 2024 Q3 report. Approve and sign Bright Futures mentoring lease and approve and sign Jackson Hole Land and Trust lease.
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to approve the consent agenda items as presented.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as listed. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. DSR report. DSR 1. It is still open for the public online to review the changes proposed in DSR 1. We will have our public hearing on August 5th at the Cody Auditorium, 6 o'clock. For those that would like to attend that. DSR 2, the working group is reviewing some of the summary information. We're still waiting on a little bit more summary information from the work sessions. We have the information from the survey, but not the work sessions yet. So we're still waiting on that. And we'll keep moving forward as soon as we see that. We did have our first meeting with our technical advisory group. That went well. We had a long discussion about the kinds of things we're looking at, what some of the issues are in the county. This particular group of people were selected because they interact with planning and zoning fairly often in both technical and personal and landowner ways. So getting their input is helpful in how the process looks to them and how they think it should work, so we can gather their input. So we had our first meeting with them. We don't expect to get back together with them until we have a little more info for DSR2 to move forward on. Other than that, I think we're kind of in a holding pattern right now. Anything else from the other commissioners? Okay. Thank you. And our next thing is in about 4 minutes, a public hearing, so we'll have to wait for that to start. Kelly, while we're waiting in discussion with TANF, did we find out if they're going to change the requirements on wanting receipts on everything? Or have you had a final conversation with her?
She said they may.
And did she say when she was gonna let us know so we can let the recipients know? Okay. Okay. You're up. Okay, it is 9:50, so we will move toward a public hearing on Llamas Unlimited SUP 193 amendment. So with us to explain this is Jenny Kramer-Nerka, our County Planning and Zoning staff. Good morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Levi Kenica submitted a special use permit application to request approval of an amendment to Llamas Unlimited SUP 193 to operate year-round and to offer small tours and photo sessions with the llamas during holiday seasons. On February 18th, 2020, the board approved the Llamas Unlimited SUP 193 to allow operation of a llama ranch as an educational retreat from April through October. Condition number 1 of the Board of County Commissioners resolution of approval states that any new or any proposed expansion or change will require an amended special use permit. Therefore, the board shall consider this request at a public hearing. The use is classified as a dude ranch and resort within a general rural Powell GRP zoning district. Dude ranch and resort uses are permitted in the GRP zoning district with an approved special use permit. The property is located approximately 3.3 miles southwest of Ralston and 6.3 miles southwest of Powell on the north side of Highway 14A with an address of 5 Hartview Lane, Powell. Neighboring land uses are primarily residential and ag. Exempt Bureau of Rec lands adjoin the north boundary. Reese Industries, the barley processing and storage facility, is just east of the property. The developed area of the parcel encompasses approximately 3 acres of the 15-acre parcel. The provided site plan shows the existing development on the property, consisting of 4 cabins, 2 dry RV sites, llama shelters and corrals, the applicant's residence, and the associated septic systems and the well serving the development. Legal notice requirements were met. The application was forwarded to relevant agencies as required, and they responded as follows. Park County Public Works does not have any concern with the proposed amendment. DEQ provided their typical summary of the notifications, permits, and certificates required for various construction activities. The Park County Treasurer stated property taxes are paid in full. The Department of Fire Prevention, Electrical Safety have no concerns or requirements from their department. The Wyoming Department of Transportation does not have any concerns or requirements for the amendment to the use. Game and Fish have no terrestrial wildlife comments. Park County Weed and Pest just supplied us with a letter this morning, and they stated that they will not require a long-term noxious weed management plan. However, they recommend the applicant follow best management practices for controlling the spread of noxious weeds. When the board approved SUP 193, they concluded that the use was in harmony and compatible with the surrounding land uses in the neighborhood and would not create a substantial adverse impact on adjacent properties. The applicant provided the following statements regarding compatibility and impacts of the proposed amendment. No difference in traffic should be expected as people already stop by year-round to see the llamas. No time limitations for guests mean longer stays in some cases, resulting in less in and out traffic typical from one-night stays. And noise is insignificant since the location is right off the highway. Adequate services and infrastructure are available to and currently serving the use. The use is in an ag overlay district. However, the proposed amendment to the existing use is not expected to impact or be impacted by ag operations. The Board of County Commissioners approved SUP 193 with the following conditions in the original resolution of approval. Any proposed expansion or change will require an amended special use permit. Any proposed special events will require a separate special use permit. This dude ranch and resort use requires a 2-night minimum stay. There shall be 2 resident employees and no more than 2 additional employees. There shall be no employee housing on site with the exception of the proprietor's existing residence. A runoff and erosion control plan must be approved by the county engineer prior to the use commencing. Maximum capacity for each of the 4 cabins and per each of the 2 RV sites shall be no more than 4 guests. There shall be posted on-site an emergency contact phone number for the proprietor. RV sites shall not have domestic water or sewer service. The applicants shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Standards and Regulations. Should the Board of County Commissioners approve this amendment to Llamas Unlimited SUP 193, staff recommends adding the following conditions to the existing conditions of SUP 193. So condition number 11 would be the use may include the offering of small tours and photo sessions with the llamas during holiday seasons. For example, Christmas, Valentine's Day, etc. And 12, the use may operate year-round. And we stand for any questions you may have.
Any questions from the board at this time?
Madam Chair, I do have one.
Sure.
And it's just maybe a little bit of a technicality, but in the original SUP conditions listed on page 9, number 3, it says the Dude Ranch and resort use requires a 2-night minimum stay.
Mhm.
But then on page 8, with compatibility and impacts, it's saying no time limitations for guests means longer stays in some cases, resulting in less in and out traffic typical from 1-night stays. So
Oh,
can we clarify that? Because are we having
Sure.
people coming in and out one night, or are we adhering to the terms of the original SUP?
gotcha. And I'm sure the applicant can answer that, but I believe the intention was, just that longer stays that I believe
Yeah,
we're
correct.
adhering to the 2-night
Yes.
minimum.
2-night minimum, not looking for 1-nighters.
Okay.
Good, thank you.
I guess the only other question on that time thing, and I guess this is just a question from visual, but it talks about nobody longer than 6 months. However, I believe there has been an RV there for the winter for quite a while. Was there?
In and out, she comes and then goes, she'll just leave it, and I don't know as if that's been, I
Oh,
guess that's a good question, they're not even there
Mm.
and they leave it.
so it appears that they're there,
It
but not.
appears that they're there. And she's not.
That's an interesting question. Okay, well, we'll talk about that out. Okay, if there's no other questions from the board, we'll open the public hearing for comments from the public. Is there anyone here that would like to speak to this, or do you have anything else you'd like to tell us?
No, I mean, she's hit everything that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any member of the public that would like to give any input on this request for amended SUP? Again, any member of the public that would like to speak to this issue? And for the third time, any member of the public that would like to speak regarding this issue?
Madam Chair, I move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to close the public hearing. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay, pleasure of the board. Do you have any other concerns, questions? What do you want to do?
Madam Chair, I'll move to approve the Llamas Unlimited special use permit amendment and with staff recommendations.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the request from Llamas Unlimited, SUP 193 for an amendment with the inclusion of the new conditions 11 and 12. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Resolution 2025-52.
Oh, I'm
What?
sorry. Thank you.
We can't hear you.
52. I'm sorry, Colleen, but we're just not used to you being quiet.
Thank you.
Oh, I'll bet that's true. Yeah, who are you?
Did you do with my mom?
Yeah. We have a few minutes. The next one's also a public hearing at 10:10.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Wow. Like 10 minutes. Just picture.
think we're close enough, Jenny. The next thing on our agenda is public hearing, Go Mama Go, SUP 233 amendment. Staff, Jenny Kramer and Erica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Julie Thompson submitted a special use permit application to request approval to amend the Go Mama Go Recreation Facility SUP 233 to add a 21,000 square foot indoor arena to the existing major recreational facility approved as SUP 233. The applicant also proposes to move the main parking area from across lane 11.5 to an area on the same side of the road near the arenas, but also leaving the parking area on the north side of lane 11.5 for overflow parking only. And the new main parking area will be used as soon as it is constructed. On May 3rd, 2022, the board approved the Go Mama Go Recreational Facility, SUP 233, to host equine arena events such as barrel racing, gymkhanas, cattle sorting and cuttings, clinics, and livestock shows in an existing 37,500 square foot outdoor riding arena. The use is classified as a major recreation facility, and those facilities are subject to site plan review if construction of any building exceeds 5,000 square feet of floor area. Since the applicant proposes the addition of a 21,000 square foot indoor arena, site plan review is required, and the request has to proceed as a new application. The properties are located approximately 3 miles southwest of Powell. The use is on the south side of County Lane 11.5, east of Road 11, and the overflow parking area is on the north side of County Lane 11.5 and the east side of Road 11, with an address of 1155 Road 11, Powell. The property is within a GRP zoning district, and these uses are permitted with a special use permit. Neighboring lands are ag and in the immediate vicinity with residential properties nearby, particularly to the east where significant residential subdivision development has occurred. There's an existing residence, farm buildings, and an outdoor riding arena on this property. The provided site plan shows the proposed 100 by 210 indoor arena structure, the general parking area, drainage features, proposed access from lane 11.5, and location of no parking signs along the county road. Legal notice requirements were met. The application was forwarded to relevant agencies as required. Park County Fire District 1 can provide fire suppression and request all access points be constructed to accommodate their fire equipment. Park County Treasurer stated property taxes are paid in full. The Department of Fire Prevention and Electrical Safety stated full plan review will be required through the State Fire Marshal's office. Game and Fish Department have no terrestrial wildlife comments. Shoshone Irrigation District will require a special use permit issued by the district for crossing the 6R lateral pipeline for access to the building and the arena. They have no other requirements or concerns with the amendment. Park County Weed and Pest will not require a long-term noxious weed management plan. They do recommend the applicants follow best management practices for controlling the spread of noxious weeds. Park County Public Works stated the following in summary. They recommend the design plans be prepared under the direct supervision of a Wyoming licensed professional engineer due to the size, location, and planned use of the structure. They recommend a geotech engineering report be prepared by a Wyoming professional engineer. The traffic related to the use should not alter the road classification. Right-of-way permits are required before constructing access points off the county road. No change is requested to the location of the access to the proposed parking area. The traffic control and safety plan from the original SUP and resolution is adequate for this amendment. The applicant should consider obtaining an address for the indoor arena for emergency purposes. A detailed drainage and erosion control plan is required. And any and all improvements shall comply with the latest edition of the Park County Development Standards and Regulations. 17 public comments have been received in support of the use. The Go Mama Go recreation facility was originally approved by the board with the following conditions. Park County noise, lighting, and other nuisance regulations shall apply. The applicant shall follow the recommendations of Public Works and establish a plan to address pedestrian and traffic safety issues, including approval of the plan by the county engineer prior to resuming or commencing the use. Overnight camping is prohibited. The applicant shall follow best management practices for controlling the spread of noxious weeds. No more than 4 chemical toilets are allowed to serve the use. Chemical toilets are allowed to serve the use, and the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Standards and Regulations. On June 18th, 2025, the Park County Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed the special use permit application for the amendment during a public hearing and recommended approval with conditions. According to the applicant, the proposed addition of an indoor riding arena is compatible with the neighborhood and surrounding uses. Regarding fencing, the applicant stated a tie-out rail along 11.5 exists that serves as a barrier between the warm-up area and the road. The arena and spectator parking area will have access from County Road 11.5. Domestic water is not currently available for spectators or contestants. They are planning to supply a limited quantity of bottled water for each event. But for similar events, spectators and competitors supply their own drinking water. The parcel is located within Shoshone Irrigation District, and they have provided comment. The applicant has designated the parking plan on the site plan, and parking appears to be adequate to serve the use. Relocation of the main parking area to the same side of the road, as the use will mitigate a potential hazard and be more aligned with public health, safety, and welfare standards. The applicant will provide chemical toilets on site. These toilets must be emptied immediately following the conclusion of each event. Rocky Mountain Power currently serves the property. They have not confirmed they have ability to serve the proposed arena. However, Heart Mountain Electric conducted a site survey of the property and determined the existing 200 amp service on site will be sufficient to serve the proposed indoor arena. Their findings will be submitted with a full plan review to the State Fire Marshal and Electrical Safety Office. The applicant will place temporary caution signage along the roadway during events, in addition to the permanent signage in place in accordance with their traffic safety plan that was approved by Park County Public Works as part of the original SUP. The use is located in an ag overlay district, and it is not expected to impact surrounding ag uses. No hazardous substances will be stored, handled, or disposed of on this site. The use is not considered a specific use, and the use is not subject to special site plan standards. Staff recommends approval of the Go Mama Go Recreation Facility SUP 233 amendment with the following conditions. And Erica's going to read those for us.
All right, condition number 1, the special use permit amendment allows for the addition of a 21,000 square foot indoor arena to SUP 233 and to move the main parking area to the same side of the road as the use and continue using existing parking on the other side of the road as overflow parking only. Condition 2, if activities allowed by approval of this special use permit have not been established within 1 year of approval of this permit or have ceased to occur for at least 1 year after having been established, the SUP shall expire and no such activities may resume unless the application is filed and approved in accordance with the procedures for review of new SUPs. The planning director may extend this time limit 1 additional year when the activities permitted by the special use permit have been delayed due to circumstances beyond the applicant's control. Extension requests must be submitted to the planning director prior to the date of expiration of the SUP. Condition 3, Park County noise, lighting, and other nuisance regulations shall apply. Condition 4, the applicant shall provide design plans for the structure that have been prepared under the direct supervision of a Wyoming licensed professional engineer. Condition 5, the applicant shall provide a geotechnical engineering report that has been prepared by a Wyoming licensed professional engineer. Condition 6, the applicant shall submit a drainage and erosion control plan to be reviewed and approved by the county engineer. Condition 7, the applicant shall execute the traffic control and safety plan that was approved by the county engineer under the original SUP 233. Condition 8, overnight camping is prohibited. Condition 9, the applicant shall follow best management practices for controlling the spread of noxious weeds. Condition 10, chemical toilets are permitted to serve the use. The applicant shall screen, anchor, and regularly maintain the portable toilets serving the use and shall obtain a small wastewater system permit should a septic system become necessary in the future. Condition 11, prior to commencing construction of the 21,000 square foot indoor riding arena, the applicants shall provide the following. A, evidence of an approved plan review by the State Fire Marshal's Office. B, obtain a building zoning permit from the Park County Planning and Zoning Department. And C, evidence of compliance with Shoshone Irrigation District requirements. And condition 12, the applicants shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Standards and Regulations. We stand by for questions.
Thank you. Just a knowledge question, I guess. Condition number 4 talks about the structure being prepared under the direct supervision of a Wyoming licensed professional engineer. Condition 5 talks about geotechnical engineering report. What's the difference here?
So the, a geotech report is more of the soil conditions and whatnot. Yeah, so then but I mean, I think they're just done in conjunction with each other, and Julie's gonna be able to answer that better.
Okay,
Yeah,
Julie, go ahead,
please,
Julie.
Please do.
Yes.
Yeah.
The geotech, the engineers said that they could recommend that, but not require it.
Okay, yes. Yeah,
So-
and I wasn't
So
sure.
was that, when she read it, that sounded like it was a requirement?
Yes.
That's written as shown.
We already have the engineer for the building that is Wyoming licensed, and the concrete guy is working on it right now, and he's also licensed. So they had not decided to get the geotech yet because of the expense. And what we've got reports from other engineering companies that kind of said that they're CYA. And you can get just as good information from other builders who have already built in our area as to what that cement should look like, and if the standard is good, or if we need to improve, or if we wouldn't go less, but we would listen to a guy. I just don't know if I'm gonna hire a geotech, and I don't think it's required. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board at this time?
Madam Chair, I asked this question earlier because I'm new and I had to go back and look at what the original SUP said and then how it was amended. So the way I understood it was originally 2 uses, and then when it was adding a 3rd use, we had to get a variance.
Yes.
2022. So then I think it was 2022. Then I asked if we add this next indoor riding arena, is that an additional use that would require a variance? And the answer to that was no. My only question is, for the applicants is there any plan down the road, I guess, if they were to use it for a wedding event or a concert or something other than equine, would that then require an SUP amendment, or how would they? Because when I look
yeah.
at the language of the recommendations, the staff recommendations, it just says, that, that it's basically a 21,000 square foot indoor arena, but it doesn't specify for what purpose it's being used. So I guess just for my knowledge, what's the process if they wanted to use it for something other than equine down the road?
Right, that is a great question. Yeah, I mean, I would say, yes, if it were to expand into different uses other than equine, it would likely be an amendment. But you-
I don't know.
Right?
I just imagine that I'm assuming people might approach you. You now have an indoor facility.
You could get a special event.
Special event permit?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
It's typically though that, of course I didn't, could you look at special event definition?
And this
I feel like
SUP
that's for a non.
Right, the original SUP clearly states equine
Equine.
functions.
Mhm.
And so I don't know whether that would fall
Right.
under this, or we would have to do something different if something else comes up that you
Mhm.
choose to.
But with even if special event, it would fall under that for something like that. It still is a special use permit process, I believe.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought it was when you irrigated process.
Event,
Shortened.
Or I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Is it?
We'll have a look at
I
it.
thought it was under. It's on my chart.
Not in your plan.
Not in my plan.
Okay.
So it likes, not like football, baseball, right, this,
Right.
you know, soccer, but if I want to play soccer, is that? No. Not that I have on, but now that I have that up.
Well, we've seen it in other functions, and that's the problem is we'll approve something for a use and then all of a sudden they're
Yeah.
doing this. And the neighbors aren't always thrilled when it's something different or,
I think that happened, with the other agreement, I area that they wanted weddings.
And then my more than
It's not in the plan.
100.
that's, yeah, I mean, you can come back and ask to update your plan, but
Concerts.
we'll let them look at that and I'll open the public hearing at this time for any other public comments regarding this amendment to the SUP for the equine use for an indoor arena. Is there anyone here that would like to speak to that? If you would, you need to come forward to the mics just because of the recording and state your name for the record, please. Oh, she's got a mic right there if you want to. That's fine.
My name is John Osgood. I live in Cody. I couldn't understand everything that was being said, but was there some provision being made for stormwater mitigation?
Yes, yes, there is a runoff and erosion control plan that is required to be approved by our Public Works Department.
By the county?
Yes.
Mhm,
Okay.
Yeah.
mhm.
And do you know what that's going to consist of?
I do not. Typically, the applicant will submit a plan and then we'll reach out to Public Works before we approve the building permit and confirm that that's been that they've received a satisfactory plan and we'll add that to our file.
And Public
but-
Works is a licensed civil engineer.
Okay.
Mhm.
Because I think stormwater mitigation is something that we're all concerned with. I don't know what the drainage features are in that particular location. You said 3 miles southwest of Powell
Yes.
on the northwest side of the road of the highway.
No,
No.
south side of the road.
Mhm, mhm.
It's where
Yeah.
the existing arena is. It's just
Mhm.
right next to it.
Okay, because sometimes stormwater will end up in an irrigation canal
Yeah.
and that can create problem. And
Right.
I don't know what the drainages are over there, but it's, that was my concern, that
Okay.
it be addressed. And you do have an engineering firm that's going to address that, correct?
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes,
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak to this request? And for the last time, any other member of the public that would like to speak on this proposed amendment for Go Mama Go? Hearing none?
Madam Chair, I'd move we close the public hearing.
Second.
Go Monaco.
It's been moved and second to close the public hearing. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, public hearing is closed. I will say that, I have gone by during a function or two there and the road signage was working well. So just continuing with that, as long as there's the possibility of overflow parking on the other side of the road, I think is important just because of the speed of the traffic, which we wish we could control, but that doesn't always happen. So,
Madam Chair,
Mhm.
question for staff. So on the resolution 202244, that SUP 233. It states in there in the very first paragraph, it says on top is titled Approval of Go Mama Go Recreational Facility. So since it says recreational facility, and then the first line in this says it will be used for equine events and it does barrel race and all that. So by approving this amendment, does it change the original SUP? So it specifically says equine events.
mhm.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that's our question is to making sure that she understands how they can move forward if they
Sure.
have a choice to
Okay.
do something different.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And I did, yeah, and we looked at the special event. I mean, I think at the point that if you had to go through the SUP process again, you might just want to, amend
Open it up.
your SUP that you could have those events at any point. We've had this discussion too, just because we've already advertised it as this is what they're amending, that it's kind of hard. It's probably not
Yeah.
advisable to
That-
change things like that at this time. Yes.
That'd be handy, but you're right. We advertised it for the equine use for the indoor arena.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry.
Kelly. She didn't want to before, but now.
But, yeah, but at least, you know, the
No.
options are there
Yeah.
and we would just assume that. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I'm sure. Yeah, you've only been through it a couple times. But no, keep that in mind so that you don't end up out of compliance and we don't end up with phone calls. If you decide that you're gonna do something a little different, let's talk about it before then. Okay. Okay, that'd be good. Any other comments from the commissioners?
Madam Chair, just clarification, because I think there's confusion still on that last piece about the geotechnical. It
Yeah.
says shall in the
Yes.
recommendation in ours.
Yeah, we've,
So
that is different than P and Z, and I think that changed with Public Works response that suddenly
I'm
that
trying to
came
find what
in.
Public Works recommended, but
They recommended.
Yeah. Oh, they recommended.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So that's something that we would ask you to maybe strike that, or you know, whatever your pleasure is to.
So, Madam Chair, the recommendation on page 8 from Public Works reads, recommend that a geotechnical engineering report be prepared by a Wyoming licensed professional engineer. So it was a recommendation, not a shall.
And I think as been stated, most engineers will give you a basic geotechnical, but they are not fully invested in the geotech world. And that's why I kind of wondered about the depth of this, what the expectations were.
Yes. And I think we've seen it both where people do or people do not. So, yeah. So it was a recommendation. And I know in the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, they stated it would just be a recommendation. They didn't.
So
Seem
would
hard
it be
and
the
fast.
pleasure of the board to look at condition number 5 and say, is recommended the applicant provide a geotechnical engineering? I mean, it doesn't mean it may provide.
This is someone from Public Works.
No, that's
That's Cody.
engineer.
Shots.
Yeah. Okay. Pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept, that'd be the proper word, approve, Go Mama Go Recreational Facility SUP for 233 amendment as presented by staff with the change in number 5,
To read May.
May.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the request for the SUP amendment for Go Mama Go with the change in condition number 5 to read may instead of shall. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Madam Chair, Resolution 2025-53.
Whisper louder.
Can't hear you.
We got it, we got it. She's gonna start writing them down and show it to us pretty soon.
Yeah.
Thank you.
With other signs.
I know you love the process, so thanks for going through it again. So, yeah, yeah. I think we heard from you that you never want to do this again, but. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, you two guys are perfect. Great.
Last time, but I was. Yes.
Oh, and Happy Days is 9.
Not a public hearing, so we could move forward.
Those look like.
And we have Cody.
And yes, Cody's on.
Cody. All right.
Oh, is that why Cody came on?
Okay, the next thing on our agenda, Jenny and Erica of the Planning and Zoning Office, reviewing Happy Days minor subdivision number 86, final plat review. And I will
Thank
state
you.
for the record that Cody Schatz Engineering is on the line.
Perfect. Thank you, Madam Chair. David Booher submitted a final plat review application to request approval of a partial vacation and re-subdivision of Lot 1A of the amended plat of simple subdivision SS-11 into a 2-lot subdivision consisting of one 2.64 acre lot and one 2.65 acre lot, each for residential use. This is a minor subdivision. The property is in an RR2 zoning district and the lot sizes as proposed are consistent with that zoning district. The proposed subdivision is approximately 725 feet northeast of the city of Powell, east of County Road 8 on the north side of County Lane 8. It has an address of 793 Lane 8 Powell. Proposed Lot 1 is developed with a recently constructed, permitted, single-family residence and small wastewater system. Domestic water wells have been drilled on each proposed lot. A public hearing is not required for final plat review, and public notices are not required. The following agency responses have been received since you heard sketch plan review. Park County Treasurer's Office confirmed that the property taxes are paid in full. Park County Public Works confirmed that Lane 8 has 80 feet of right-of-way in total as depicted on Happy Days MS 86. And the first development park subdivisions lying adjacent and south of Happy Days MS 86. No public comments have been received. You reviewed and approved the sketch plan on April 1st with conditions noted in Resolution 2025-19. The applicants have provided sufficient easements and identified them on the final plat. And they have placed the appropriate notes and conditions on the final plat with regard to the presence of high groundwater and potential for required engineered septic systems, well water quality, the permitting requirements for wells with the State Engineer's Office, and the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act. The Plat Review Committee reviewed the initial submission of the final plat on June 24th, 2025. Minor changes and corrections were identified and a revised final plat was submitted back to us. Applicable final plat specifications have been met, and the applicants have submitted supporting documents as specified in our regulations. A subdivision improvements agreement is not required since no applicable improvements are incomplete. The planning staff recommends approval of the final plat of Happy Days MS 86 with the following conditions.
The approval of this final plat shall expire after 18 months unless the final plat is signed by the chairman of the board and recorded by the clerk and recorder. Upon written request in advance of the date of expiration and for good cause shown, the board may grant one extension of a time period not to exceed 6 months. Condition 2, the applicants, in the presence of a member of the Planning and Zoning Department staff, shall record the final plat and all required final plat submissions in the office of the county clerk and recorder. And condition 3, the applicants shall otherwise comply with the standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 18-5-306. Stand by for questions.
Thank you. Questions from the board? This is not a public hearing. It just requires board action for final plat.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the final plat review for Happy Days minor subdivision 86 with staff recommendations.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the Happy Days minor subdivision 86 final plat with conditions. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam
Jen.
Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Cody. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you. This is.
It's your last
Last
one.
one.
Erica, you're
I
on.
guess the training wheels are coming off.
Jenny.
Jenny will miss you.
I will miss you.
For sure.
Thank you so much.
Mhm. With that, the commission is on a break until 11:05.
Madam Chair, that's resolution 2025-54.
Thank you. Missed a lot of meals. Okay, I think we'll get going again. The next thing on our agenda is consideration of petitions to de-annex properties from the city of Powell. If we remember correctly, we discussed this 2 weeks ago. There was a question or two for the landowners. We were concerned about how the properties would be zoned when they were de-annexed from the city of Powell. So we've had a few of those questions answered during the last 2 weeks. So Joy, if you would like to go over what we know at this point. Joy Hill,
Yes.
Planning and Zoning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So at your request, I did speak with all three of the landowners who are impacted by this. All of them were fine with going to GRP. They understood the difference between GRP and T. Since that time, of course, we've confirmed with the county attorney's office that it would be in the county's best interest to follow our regulations and likely choose T zoning, which is transitional. The result of transitional zoning obviously will be that the Griffin parcel will be an isolated transitional parcel surrounded by GRP. Both the Miller parcel actually is one parcel that will now be split. It would be a GRP and T zoned property because it is one property. And then the Peterson property, the property that he owns to the north, the larger property will be in GRP, but this small piece to the south, which is a separate parcel, would be T zoned. I had provided recommendations for you as far as conditions. It may be worthy of adding a recommendation that the city review the legality of the annexation to determine if the Miller and Peterson parcels were actually annexed properly, because I don't believe they should have been, in which case we wouldn't need to have this discussion. But that is just a recommendation that you may want to add should you resolve to make a recommendation on this particular issue.
I guess a question along with what you just stated. Powell has recorded that document at this point that includes those legal descriptions. So if in fact they went back to the time and place that happened and Powell did not own the land, so would not have been eligible to annex those properties, then what happens as far as that resolution that's recorded? How does that get?
Well, Madam Chair, interestingly, their ordinance says that the city owned those lands and they did not. So they could verify that, obviously, by doing a deed history check, but the ordinance said that those lands to be annexed are the property of the city of Powell. So I don't know if they actually intended to include this property or if it was an oversight. Maybe the legal description accidentally didn't match what they were actually doing. But there is a legal description and the assessor's office mapped it and it does include these properties. So yeah, that's sort of where they're at right now, but
Where are we at on the 60-day reply? You know,
you received the notice of the petition on May 29th. So you would need to hear pretty much today, make a decision as to how you want to report. And again, my estimation is that you would want this report delivered to them with a resolution, sharing what your thoughts are.
okay. The other option that we have discussed is the attorney's opinion on following our rules, which would put these properties in T, transitional, the way our rules are written. The properties could then be brought up to whatever zoning in the area comes out of DSR 2 at the time. So they may not be in T 6 months or a year, but then could be classified in the manner of which the rest of the lots are in that area or ownership is on the same.
Right.
There are
And
a couple.
if the landowners in the meantime wanted to rezone,
Yeah.
we do have a zoning map amendment process, which is not an easy and quick process, but it is available to them.
Okay.
Or under T zoning, depending on the use that they might be proposing, they would go through the SUP process or a building permit process and the land would be automatically zoned. But the T zone is more restrictive than GRP. So none of them have any plans. I talked to them about that. None of them have any plans for these properties that I'm aware of. So I don't have a lot of worry immediately about it, but they will have options should they choose to do something else.
Madam Chair, was the discussion with the county attorney on the petitioners where it says said property should be given to the Park County zoning zoning classification as determined by said county code or governing body, which would be the governing body here. It does, that was, as far as the petitioners, it could go either way, go to our county code or to the governing body.
Right, but you have county regulation that specifically addresses this exact thing. And it very specifically says any territory that is de-annexed from a city or town shall be automatically zoned as transitional.
Right, just
So it's already been, the county's already kind of made their position on what to do in this case. And so the cleanest way would be to do that. There'd be no, I don't expect you're going to get any fights on this from the public if you go either way. But if you are going to, and here's the thing, you're going to have another de-annexation here shortly. So that just came in today. And so here's the time to be consistent, obviously, and you'll be prepared then for the next one. And we can, that's something we can look at in DSR two as well. Do you want to change that language so that there's a little more flexibility to look at what's in the surroundings? That's definitely something you may want to do.
well, Madam Chair, and just the portion of getting rid of transitional properties, you know, with our new regulations coming in, I just hate to add new transitional properties to what
Yeah.
we're dealing with, so.
And Madam Chair, you know, it may be that transitional doesn't go away. It just might be redefined because right now it's a mess, the way it's explained. A better explanation could actually help us with transitional. It's just as it is right now, it kind of sort of contradicts itself. So.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I think that I prefer to follow our legal counsel recommendations at this time, since the landowners don't have a problem with it. But I still would like us to take some kind of formal action to send to the city of Powell. Because I think that it's upon them to correct this problem.
Yeah, I guess the question is whether we believe they need to go back to find out if they legally annex them or not, or we move forward with the process that they have asked for with just de-annexing these 3 parcels, correct?
Well, and again, yours is just a report.
Right.
Okay, so by statute, you're required to write an impact report, which is what we've done. And you can place in there your recommendations. And we've stated in this report, like, hey, your ordinance says that you own these properties, but our deed research indicates that you only owned one of them. So I think that's a fair concern and that you can make the recommendation that we think you should review what you've done to ensure that these people should even be a part of this conversation. So they may need to correct their legal.
Okay.
So.
Madam Chair. Joy, if they did that, so it would affect the 2 people, the Griffin and its 2 properties.
It's Miller and Peterson in particular. Griffin's parcel to the west is across the street. That was a City of Powell property at the time. I assumed it was intended to be actually like used for the lagoon in some way, maybe like a shop or an office or something. But the City of Powell sold the property since, and there's a residence on it now.
Okay, so for the other 2, if we followed Commissioner Stewart's concern, which I share the same concern, it doesn't seem fair to the other 2 if they weren't really City of Powell properties. And the City of Powell came back and after doing their research, determined that that was an error. Could we then
Nothing
bring
will
this
happen.
back and change
Well,
them?
Nothing will happen then because they
So
wouldn't
they
need to be
are-
annexed. They wouldn't be subject of this process because.
So if they determine that they're not part of the City of Powell, then they're not even, then they're back to GRP?
I would,
Or-
yeah, then they would drop off the petition, in my opinion,
Be treated the
because,
same as we are right now.
yeah.
So are the 2 property owners aware of this part? That they
Yeah,
are
I
not-
told them, I explained to them that I didn't believe that their property should even have been included. And I confirmed with the assessor's office on the ownership. We both looked to make sure I didn't miss something. So.
But these 2 particular owners did not own it at the time. It's been sold.
Oh, no,
Okay.
it's been sold a couple times. Yeah, there's been a lot of hands changed. I think Baker might have been the owner at the time, if I remember. In fact, I have that in that report, but yeah, it's changed hands a few times.
So these people bought the property believing they were in the county.
Yeah.
So so instead of having to wait for us to get to DSR 2, if they feel strongly about being GRP, that is another avenue available to them to pursue talking to the city about
Well,
possibly an error.
I mean, they could do that right now, regardless of the zoning. I don't think any of them are gonna be passionate one way or the other about their zone, because the part of the property that we're talking about on both properties is basically not developable. It'd be very minimal, like accessory type structures because of the terrain. Just not good soil. It's on a steep slope. There's the Bitter Creek right there. It's just not very good land. Not to say that you couldn't do something with it, but they're not looking at it like, oh, you're taking away a major right of mine to do something. So, but they also have options. If it goes to transitional, they can still do things. You know, we can work through that process, but yeah, none of them they didn't have like a great amount of concern, but when given the option, they were like, well, GRP's fine. But I didn't tell them that was a guarantee. I just asked them if they would be okay with that if that was chosen. So.
Okay, so somehow we need to send an answer, a report back to the city of Powell. We've heard a couple things about what our report should have in it, and I think I heard that we want them to research why these two parcels were even mentioned in this, if they were not owned by the city of Powell at the time. And then the other is what direction we want to go. If in fact they move forward with this process, how do we want those properties zoned at this time?
Madam Chair, on page 8 of the report, I did place two.
We don't have the report
don't
in
have
front
it.
of us again.
Would you
We had
like me to
we
read those?
Had it 2 weeks ago, but we do not.
Would you like me to read that into the record, Madam
Please.
Chair? Okay. So the first one, prior to de-annexation, the city of Powell should ensure that any necessary easements for access, utilities, irrigation, et cetera, to serve the Miller and Peterson parcels be recorded in the office of the Park County Clerk and Recorder. They may already exist. We did not explore that, just a recommendation. Number 2, following de-annexation of the Griffin, Miller, and Peterson parcels, the county shall return the parcels to General Rural Powell. You may want to change that now that the county will move them into transitional. And that would be the change to that one. So instead of saying that it's going to go to GRP, we would just say that the county shall zone the parcels transitional.
To meet with current regulations.
Yeah, to comply or pursuant to county regulations.
Madam Chair, Joy, is there something in there in that report? Because sorry, I don't have it in front of me. That does say the recommendation for them to go back and.
So I didn't provide the recommendation in the report. I did mention in the report on page 1, it was a note. The annexation ordinance stated the following: the city of Powell owns all property proposed to be annexed. I stated, however, the city of Powell did not own all of the lands described in the ordinance. The portions currently owned by Miller and Peterson were not city properties at the time. As such, it is unclear how or why the city included those lands. So, you know, you could put a recommendation along with those others that you recommend that the city evaluate or reevaluate the ordinance that was in place at the time, the ownership of the property at the time, to determine if it actually was legally annexed into the city.
I like that
I
idea.
like that.
Did you catch that, Colleen? Because
Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
If we add that third point, Commissioner?
I'd like the record to show that was before I was mayor.
Okay. I don't know.
Okay.
We'll have to look at the signatures on the documents.
I think that was back in the 80s, wasn't it? Late 80s?
it was 1989.
Oh. Okay, so does this need?
Father-in-law.
So that we go ahead and provide the report for the city of Powell.
Okay, so Madam Chair, I make a motion that we provide the report to the city of Powell on the de-annexation of the properties for Griffin, Miller, and Peterson. With the first 2 recommendations that Joy just read.
As stated.
And add as stated, and the third one with a recommendation that the city of Powell review
Process.
the history of the said properties or ownership or how-
History of the properties for ownership and the ordinance.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll second that long motion.
It's been moved and seconded to provide the report to the city of Powell, inclusive of 3 recommendations. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Hi.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Colleen, do you have a resolution number?
Chair, Resolution 2025-55.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Travis is out in the hall. Here he comes.
Hello again.
So I think we can keep moving on this one. It has Brian Edwards. Is he coming over or are you doing it?
No, it's me.
Okay,
He's
So-
down out of town.
okay. So we have Travis Ball, Park County Solid Waste Division Manager. Consider resolution for adjustments to the special waste management and disposal fees for the Park County landfills.
Yes.
You're up.
So we just want to change after doing some research, calling around, figuring out what other entities are charging for our waste tires, our petroleum contaminated soil, and our non-friable asbestos. We were kind of behind everybody else, so we just want to bump those fees up to get more in line with everyone else in the area. So, if you will, I can tell you what we want to change those to, or have you guys seen the resolution?
We do have the resolution in front of us. Is there
Okay.
anyone that wants the resolution read in full into the record? Okay, if you would give us the highlights then.
Okay, so we just want to adjust the waste tire rate. We would go from 165 is our current rate to 180, $180 per ton for in-county waste tires. And we would add in there a $215 per ton out of county for people to bring their waste tires to us.
Okay.
For our fees, for the petroleum contaminated soil, we would be going from $20 a ton to $45 a ton in county rate. If we had to do any kind of handling or hold that material to get it to where we could use it as cover soil, we would raise that rate from the $35 to $70 per ton for in county. And then out of county, we would add in and raise the rate to $60 a ton for the use. And then for a special handling, extra testing, and we would raise that rate for out of county to $135 a ton. And then lastly would be our non-friable asbestos. We would raise the rate from $90 a ton to $100 a ton for in county, and we would raise out of county to $125 a ton. And those rates put us below the average of what I figured out for the other entities, what they charge. And
Okay, and then your resolution goes on to just restate what the other charges are on shingles, tree stumps, wallboard. It
Yes,
goes on to
yeah,
list, but
those-
those are all current.
yeah,
Correct.
those are current rates and we would not be changing any of those.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Travis, you talked about the other entities. How many other entities are there that we're competing with, I guess, for contaminated soil?
So I called around to, there were 7 different entities that I called. I called, City of Sheridan, City of Casper, Fremont County, Johnson County, Campbell County, and Washakie County were the entities that I reached out to within the state. And I kind of reached out to those because I've had phone calls from their area wanting to look at bringing materials to us. So I reached out to those to see where our rates compare to those.
So we wouldn't be, we may lose a couple customers, but if somebody's traveling from Casper to come to Park County,
Right, right.
contaminated soil. So
Yes.
Madam Chair, but do you have that many coming from, say, Natrona County or Fremont County at right now?
We received some non-friable asbestos from Jackson Hole Lake Lodge 2 summers ago. They redid the roof
Oh, I remember.
and it was hauled to us through, I mean, which just amazed me that they would haul it clear to here instead of somewhere closer, Riverton or
Mhm.
one of those other facilities. I was contacted by an oil field company that had a spill down on around the Beaver Rim, south of Riverton,
Mhm.
wanting to haul the contaminated soil to us instead of going to Casper so it was just odd phone calls that I've received bringing stuff to us. And those, as far as I know, they have, I mean, other than the Jackson Hole Lake, the contaminated soil one out of Riverton, I don't know if they were still in the process of getting tests done and looking at what they were going to do with the soil. So, I mean, there's still a possibility that it still could come to us. And then I was contacted by another oil field company from the Gillette area that was looking at hauling contaminated soil from the Gillette area to us.
And so I think for Commissioner Mangold's concern was like, if we raise the rates, are we gonna lose some customers? But it sounds like if we're keeping our rates on the lower end comparatively to the other 7 entities, that probably shouldn't happen. And there's not a lot of outside customers right now.
No, we get a lot. I mean, we get quite a bit in from within Park County, and I don't think this will affect them not bringing to us still. I guess it's just more of a comparable rate
Mhm.
instead of being that much cheaper
Right.
with everybody else.
The out of county rate would have to do with their hauling costs as much
Yes,
as anything.
Mhm.
yeah.
So,
Madam Chair.
yes, sir.
I guess my question is, Travis, is how, I get the tires because that's kind of the main, our main thing when it comes to this stuff.
Yeah.
How much of the other stuff do we see and how often? Not big numbers, just enough, like contaminated soil.
The contaminated soil we get, we've had since the beginning of the year, we've had probably 5 companies bring into us.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
And-
Like we
and
had
what
one
kind of
big,
quantities?
the last one we had was from the rawhide field north of Meeteetse, kind of northwest of Meeteetse. And they brought into us, in one day, they brought us I think it was like 140, 130 tons
Really?
of soil. And that ended up being like a 4-day, 5-day project that they hauled to us.
And is most of that stuff you just spread out and then use for cover soil later?
Most of the time, yes. That stuff that they brought to us, we actually had to make a berm and hold it on top of the liner in phase 1. And then we had to add more soil to it because when it came out of the back of the dump trucks, it was like sludge. It was really saturated. So we had to work that material before we could mix it in. Because we didn't want to put it in the phase 2 because it would just make a soft spot that we would be fighting for the life of the cell. So we had to mix material in with it to firm it up. So then we could put it down there and mix it in with our cover soil.
Any other questions from the board?
Madam Chair, I move we approve the adjustment for the special waste management disposal fees for the Park County landfill as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the adjustment for the tipping fees for the special waste at Park County landfills as presented. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, resolution 2025.
We always have the landfill right before lunch.
Right before lunch, always makes a good, go out and
Want
have
to hear
grapes.
about sludge.
Okay, with that, commissioners, I think we can do our executive session if I have a motion.
Madam Chair, move to go into executive session to discuss staff.
Second.
So moved and seconded to go into executive session, personnel. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. We will not be resuming again until 2:00 when the YDOT employees will be here to go over the transportation plan for the next year or two for this area from YDOT. So we'll be back in here at 2:00.
I have some input I would like to bring to the commission on landfill.
doing Lloyd's job.
Thank you. We are out of executive session. Pleasure of the board.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the discussion on staff salaries as discussed in executive session.
Second.
Hey, it's been moved and seconded to approve staff salaries as discussed in executive session. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, so we are done with commissioner business until 2:00. We will be back online at 2:00 with the Wyoming Department of Transportation doing their STIP program for projects for the next year or two. Thank you. Scott, do you want to close those two as long as you're playing? Thank you. What about video?
We're still in.
Yeah, we're still in.
Are the people outside able to see that?
We're still in.
Okay, good afternoon. We will reconvene now to receive our annual STIP report from the Wyoming Department of Transportation. So, Pete?
Thank you. I'm Pete Halston. I'm the district engineer for the Wyoming Department of Transportation out of Basin. There's a number of other YDOT guys around the room. You guys want to introduce yourself? Starting with Todd.
Cross resident engineer with YDOT here at Cody. Yeah. Brian Pittman, area manager in York County. Jim,
And this is Cody Beers, our public relations guy. Also, our traffic engineer will be here, Jack Hoffman. And our district maintenance engineer will be here as well. So, as we mentioned, we're here to present the STIP and solicit public comment. But we're also wanting to let you know that we're going to kind of change our schedule a little bit for how we solicit public comment. Normally what we do is we have this meeting here in July or August after we've populated the STIP or made our 6-year budget for 2026. So every year in April, May, we get our budget numbers and we know how much money we can spend in that 6th year to keep our 6-year plan going, because the STIP is basically our 6-year plan for how we're going to spend our highway construction money. So what we're going to do is we're going to start coming around in January before we populate that 6th year. We won't actually know what our budget numbers are at that time, but that way we can solicit a little more public comment about what our priorities should be before we put those projects in the STIP. So this year you're getting kind of a bonus meeting because we'll be back here in January for fiscal 27, I think. Some updates of some of the ongoing things around the area. We finally did something with the intersection of 2AB and 14A. You'll notice we made some improvements there. Also, there's a number of things going on in the Wind River Canyon. All of you probably use the Wind River Canyon pretty regularly. And we received a build grant to do a resiliency study. So it's kind of prone to rock falls and mudslides and that kind of thing. So we're doing a study to assess ways to make it more resilient, including evaluating redundant routes. There's a few county roads that go over the owl creeks that could be improved, or improvements to the canyon itself. That will also make us eligible for a pretty big pot of grant money for resiliency grants. We're also, we've had a lot of passing issues there in the Wind River Canyon, so our maintenance forces have also been adding some turnouts on the northbound side to let people pull over. If you've driven through there recently, you know how frustrating that can be with slow moving vehicles. So also along those same lines, we did get some extra money from the legislature, well, actually from the governor's budget to add to our construction money. And the first projects that we're going to spend that money on are the passing lanes between Manita and Shoshone, and then also between Shoshone and the canyon. There's also a section in District 2 there east of Powder River that needs some work and is also going to get some additional passing lanes. That'll help that trip between Casper and Shoshone and the canyon be a lot. I'm sure you've noticed the passing lanes we've added, how they've changed driver behavior and made that trip different. Got one more copy.
Your notes.
Yep. So before I start the presentation, is there just one handout here today?
Yes.
There's a table of the STIP projects. I know it's kind of small print, so,
I think we got it.
but there's also, that's all the projects from our formula funding in the area. And then the second page is what we do, or what we call district-wide projects. They're things like crack seal, where we get a contractor to come in and do a bunch of roads around the district, chip seal, culvert cleaning, that kind of thing. And that way, we can take a opportunity to cooperate or collaborate on things that you do all over the county as well. And you can get involved in those projects. And since I see Phillips here, it might be a good opportunity to get an update on the crossing, the pedestrian hybrid beacon and the status of that.
So we have engaged with White Ops right-of-way staff at headquarters in Cheyenne. They're actually in the process of working on some appraisals. When we completed the final design of that pedestrian hybrid beacon and crosswalk improvements on Bighorn Avenue at the intersection of Freedom Street, there were 3 properties identified that we needed additional easements outside of the existing White Ops right of way. And so we identified those easement areas and have the White Ops right of way staff performing those appraisals so that we can make those acquisitions. One of the property owners did agree to donate the easement, so that one is buttoned up, but the other 2, we have to wait until the appraisals are complete, so we can make offers or compensation of those other easement areas. So that is in process now. Our goal is to complete that this year in calendar year 25, so we can put that crosswalk and pedestrian hybrid beacon project out to bid and be under construction sometime in calendar year 26.
Thanks, Philip.
And that is our FY 24 TAP grant that is utilizing funds for that project. In addition, the city has some matching money on that. And then I did confer with Chance Odie that a county had made a contribution to that based on some past presentations that myself and Mayor Hall made to the county commissioners for additional funding levels there. So the county has made $100,000 of contribution to that TAP project. That is our first phase on that PHB and crosswalk. Our second phase, we're working with our consultant now to define the scope of work and put it under contract to do improvements on the west side of Robert Street, immediately north of that crossing, and install a pedestrian pathway along that entire length of Robert Street from Bighorn Avenue to E Avenue. And then the other main focus of that second phase project will be improvements to the intersection right out here of the outside of the county courthouse at Becky 10. We intend to look at some options for our rectangular rapid flashing beacon, push button activated beacon for that intersection with all the use that comes from both the county building and the high school. So we'll likely enter that project design phase later this year as well, with the goal of getting that design completed, possibly under construction for phase 2 in calendar year 26, but more likely calendar year 27.
I could just ask a question. Philip, we've had a couple of conversations about the expense of the appraisals and then also not knowing what the amount of compensation is going to be. Do you believe that the funding is adequate at this time to keep moving forward, that we'll be able to take care of that with what we have set aside so far?
So I've had discussions with our city administrator, and we are paying for the actual appraisal costs. We're paying White Ops to perform that appraisal, and that's within our funding availability for the project. When we actually do get the appraised value, those easements will be acquired using the TAP funding for reimbursement. So I don't believe that those values are going to be I guess hampering to the overall projects that I just explained.
Okay.
But it's the process is the challenging part, going through the appraisal and the acquisition process.
Thank you.
For those who aren't familiar with that, that's kind of the culmination of a long collaborative process that started 4 or 5 years ago. Stephanie was involved in that, the town, the county, the schools. And we did a study and came up with a solution, and it's finally getting in the dirt, so.
The speed of government. It takes a while.
But it's certain.
Yeah, true.
All right, with that, I'll jump into the presentation. These are our mission, vision, and values, and the reason that's up there is we like to think those are aligned with those of our constituents. Next slide, Cody. This is our agency focus and our WYDOT strategic objectives. The relevance of, or the most relevant one there is develop and maintain our strategic partnerships. That's part of what we're doing here. I think we see that we all function better when we work collaboratively, a lot like with that crossing, a lot of things that we're working on together. So next slide. These are the things that we have out there: 6,700 miles of road, 6,000 bridges, 42,000 culverts, 80,000 signs, bunch of stuff. And the one thing that's not on there that is kind of a big issue for us around here is we have a ton of aging geotech infrastructure, reinforced fills, retaining structures, and we're starting to see issues from that, especially around here. You see it up in the Sunlight Basin where we've had some fill failures that have threatened the highway. We're seeing it over on 14A as you go up the mountain, 14, 16, through the Wind River Canyon, up to North Fork, where we've had to take drastic measures to get a road in a place. Same thing on the causeways across Bighorn Reservoir and Boyson Reservoir. So we've been managing that reactively because our budget doesn't really allow us to attack some of those really expensive, difficult projects unless it's an emergency to deal with it. So those are things that are gonna show up for us around here kind of on a regular basis, where we have a job that just pops into the STIP because we're seeing movement in some big fill or retaining wall. And I think you saw what happens when those failed last year with the fill on Teton Pass. That's another one of those aging infrastructures. A lot of roads built around here in the 60s, 70s, and 80s that all those components are starting to age out. This is our fiscal 26 project construction budget for our STIP. That does include the additional 67 million we got this last year. And that includes those passing lane projects on US 26. So those will be 50-ish million in that year. The other thing that this slide shows is that the national average for funding is 70% state and 30% federal. And Wyoming, we're the opposite. We're 12% state and 88% federal. So we get a lot of federal funds that we use to do our construction. And that's important because we're just getting to the point where we're reauthorizing that federal bill. And Wyoming is currently a donee state where we get like $1.05 or $1.10 for every dollar that of taxes that get collected in Wyoming. Other states might get 70 cents on the dollar. It's a wide range, but there's distribution formulas within that transportation authorization. And they're currently in the process of reworking those. We're hoping that we at least get to keep the status quo. Otherwise, that could hurt us in a big way because we're so heavily dependent on federal funding. This is the STIP process, how we generate candidates and how it goes through the year. Or at least this is the previous process. So we continuously develop STIP inputs. And that includes public comment, asset management, that's assessing the condition of our roads and quantifying the condition of our roads so we can identify which ones need the work the most, and generating a list of candidates that we can work on around our district. And then in April or May, we get our budget numbers and we take all those inputs and stick projects in the STIP. We populate that out year. We also have to move projects around in the STIP. Lately, we've been having a ton of where everything's costing so much more that we just have to keep pushing jobs back. So in our districts, we've only been able to add like a handful of new jobs over the past 3 years because it just keeps pushing jobs back because of the inflation. But those are all the list of types of jobs that end up in the STIP: highway projects, rail project, transit projects, a whole list of different types of projects that we fund with our budget. Then in June or August, we go out for public comment and stakeholder input on the STIP with the projects in it. And like I said, now we're going to move that portion of it, or some of that, at least, where we go out with this group and solicit public comment to January. We will take public comment anywhere, anytime, at the coffee shop, at the ball fields, the grocery store. Randy's not here, but you'll see him all over the community. You can also call us, and our contact information is in the presentation. Then in September, once we get it all balanced, we take it to the Highway Commission for approval, and the Federal Highway Administration also. And then in October 1st, it gets published, and that's when our fiscal year starts over again. Next slide. Within our website, you can access our STIP and provide public comment within the website. And if you go and bring up the STIP in our website, you get this interactive map. And what each one of those dots are represent a project on a road section. They're color coded by year. And you can click on that dot, add a comment. You can also click on road sections and say, we need a project here. There's a lot of ways to add or provide public comment. So what's in the document? Like I said, that's kind of our 6-year plan for how we're going to spend our projected budgets. For highway projects, it's a 6-year plan. The transit projects, you only see a year of those. So like within this STIP, you only see fiscal 25 or fiscal 26, depending on which STIP you're looking at. Aeronautics has a similar as us, a 6-year plan. Public safety communications, those are your WildLink projects. They only go in there for a year as well, and then they get built. And then capital improvements are a 1-year plan too. And the reason why highway projects and aeronautics projects, we have to plan 6 years out, is a lot of times it takes us at least 6 years once we conceive of a project and fund it to get it developed and planned and go through all the environmental processes, as evidenced by our crossing project, right? It takes a few years to get through all those processes and have a bomb-proof design. Once a project gets into the STIP, this is our planning phase. There's a number of opportunities for public input. The planning phase is the STIP development. That's when it gets put in the STIP, the reconnaissance and the survey phase. And public input all go into the kind of generating what the scope of that project looks like. Are we going to do the sidewalks? Are we going to replace the pipes? Are we going to clean the pipes? Are we gonna fix the fence? Do we need to widen this intersection or put a turn lane there? That's what we use public input for, and also the input from our maintenance guys. During the design phase, we start building the contract set of plans, and we have a number of levels of plans and issue plans. We issue a preliminary set of plans that just shows kind of the alignment. And then as we develop information, we issue several sets of plans. In other places, they have like 30, 60, and 90% plans. Ours are right away or alignment plans, and then grading plans, and then final plans. And oftentimes we'll have public meetings once we get one of those plan issuance, depending on the project. You know, if we're doing like a reconstruction downtown Cody, we'll have a public meeting at every plan issuance and solicit public comment. If we're just doing an overlay between here and Grable, probably won't have any public meetings for those plans. During the contract phase, sometimes we have public involvement meetings. We did that when we did downtown Cody. Just depends on whether it's appropriate. So this is to let you know that there's federal transit grants available. You can get grants for just about anything related to transit. Typically, those come through the like the senior centers. You can get buildings, you can get operating grants, you can replace infrastructure, you can replace bands. We also have aeronautics projects. That's kind of their planning process, Wyoming Aviation Capital Improvement Plan. Those are also available through the public website, and then the Emergency Communications Links Plan. So this is a representation of what you'd see if you pulled up Park County on the website. And that's a map of Park County, and the blue projects are future projects. The red ones are fiscal 2025. They're currently under contract. Some of the ones of note are there's two projects up there. Well, it's really one project up there in Crandall. We're replacing a big pipe. I think Todd's going to talk about that. You can see we have aeronautics projects at both Powell and Cody, and a transit project in Meeteetse. So I'm not sure, Meeteetse might be getting a bus or some upgrades to their garage or something. Next slide. You'll also see a tabular form of all the projects. They give a general location, and the character of work is just kind of a brief scope of what it is. So if you're, say, have some paving, but it's a small amount, and you want to get it to attached to a YDOT job, and you're flexible on the years, you can look for a paving job in there, and we can do it under an ARS. And that way we both get the economy of scale. And then there's another page in there that summarizes the dollars spent in the county for the various types of projects. And it looks like we have an aeronautics project about every year in Park County, and a number of transportation projects every year, for a total of 96 million, 97 million that we're going to spend in Park County over the next 6 years, 5 years. So this is actually not our project, by the way. But this became kind of a public issue. This is the Sheridan Avenue permit to allow them to set steel downtown. So we are currently working with the city on how we should manage these summertime encroachment permits. And this is the first time that we've really had one right in the middle of the summer with those kind of impacts. And we did communicate, but I think we're kind of working out how we're going to make those decisions, because there's no real solution, right? There's trade-offs. You're either going to inhibit the growth and the redevelopment, or you're going to facilitate it and then try and mitigate and minimize the impacts. And so really, I think that's something that you have to really listen to the local community about how they want to do it, because some communities are going to have a different set of values when it comes to redevelopment and growth. If they don't have a lot of business downtown than other cities are. So we try and work with the city on those kind of permits, and we have another one coming up for a tire store, right?
Yeah. Yeah, out here. on the
Little,
west
little
trail.
bit further down. So just know that we're communicating with the city and working with them on trying to minimize and mitigate the impacts of those things while still facilitating the commerce.
The contractor was able to employ 2 more people when they were setting steel to keep people from walking by. But if you saw them, they were actually very active on Instagram. Those 2 guys were. That was supposed to be a joke, so.
I'm pretty sure Cody put that slide in there just to poke the bear a little bit. But Todd is like, he's all prepared to fake a heart attack if anybody asks any really hard questions. So this one is up the North Fork where we added some riprap and rebuilt some slopes along Buffalo Bill Reservoir. Is that one pretty much complete?
No.
We'll talk about it.
Okay. I'll let Todd talk about that when he gets in there. And then that's the turn lane on 2AB, the long awaited turn lane on 2AB that we,
You just didn't extend it far enough past lane 20.
yeah. We just got to keep it going all the way.
It's hard because there was another approach there,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, it was, I mean, it's helped.
And this is the aquatic invasive or aquatic passage pipe
Yes.
up in Crandall. Pretty interesting project. They had some huge rocks they were digging out of there and had to find a new waste area. We also had a kind of exciting incident with some fisticuffs with the traveling public and a flagger the other day, so.
And we had a dozer go out the end of the pipe yesterday.
Oh, did ya?
Yeah, so it's been really fun the last week or so.
Been an exciting construction season. So for grant opportunities from YDOT, things that we administer, that's the link. If you sign the sign-in sheet and put your email address on there, we will email you a copy of this presentation so that you have the link. It contains information on all the different grant programs, the competitive grants, and guidance on how to prepare an application. There's highway safety behavioral grants, aeronautical grants, and local government transportation project grants. You guys engage in those all the time. We do TAP grants, and you do the CMAQ and some other stuff. So next slide. So we do want public input, and like I said, we'll take it anytime, anywhere, in any format. But here's an opportunity to do it on the web page if you like to do it from home. That's the link to the interactive map that we talked about earlier. You can also go there to learn about funding and construction partnerships and our supply purchases. We have big purchase contracts for oil and plant mix, and I think we've participated in some of that before with Brian. So next slide. That's our contact information up there. They put the 5 district engineers up on top there. I'm the one on the far right. I like to think that we're the good district out of the 5. That also lists all my bosses. Keith Fulton's our chief engineer now. Since Mark Gillette left, he's new. He was the assistant chief engineer of engineering and planning. Now that's Brian Olson. You might recognize his name from the aeronautics. He was our aeronautics engineer. And then Mark Ann is the assistant chief engineer of operations. He's my boss. He's in charge of everything that has to do with operating our transportation system. And then there's Mark Wingate. He's our state planning engineer. He's in charge of local government, so he's Sarah's boss. He also is the one who's administering that grant project for our resiliency study in the Wind River Canyon. And then there's John Davis. He's our management services manager. He kind of writes all of our grant applications, and like if you want a letter of support for a grant from YDOT, he's usually the one who authors that. The requests usually come through me, but John has a lot of institutional knowledge and experience writing grants. So he's a good one to tap for grant applications. He also is our resident expert on the Beartooth and the steering committee that operates the Beartooth, basically. He has the most long-term experience with that. And that is the end of my presentation. I think now I'm going to let Todd talk about the various projects that we have in the STIP here around the area. Do you want the microphone? I think you have to use it because it's recorded. Don't let it turn into karaoke.
Yeah, you know me. So Pete was telling you the red jobs are the ones that are active right now. So up there at Crandall, we're going from 212 to milepost 8.5 on 296. And that's a 1-inch mill and a shoulder flattening and overlay. We're doing some bridge work on Crandall, and we will be doing some bridge work on Dead Indian Creek also. And then we're doing this pipe replacement. It's a 60-inch pipe that we're changing to a 108-inch pipe, and we're putting fish passage through it. It's a cooperative thing with Game and Fish and Forest Service. Hopefully we'll be paving that in August, and we should be off there by the end of September. We'll chip seal it next year. That one seems to be on progress right now. That N311103 by the lake is an erosion repair job. When they raised the dam in the 90s, nobody put any thought into what it would do to our road, and raising 25 feet and the wave action is eroded it back to the guardrail in places. So we've gone in there and put a gabion wall and machine place riprap. We jumped out of that job until after Labor Day for two reasons. One is for the tourist traffic, and the other is the water is up, and we didn't want it into our work spot. So we'll come back in September and hopefully be done by the end of October with that job. The N291069 is the turn lane that's done. The B215005, I believe that is the urban systems job that we were going to add on to Cougar Avenue, but we're not going to do that anymore. We're going to be adding on to East Sheridan. So that'll be something with Cody Urban Systems in the future. And then N332037 down there by Matizzi is an overlay that starts at Highland Street and goes all the way almost to the Gooseberry Rest area. And it's got some other miscellaneous work with it too. Right now they're behind. We don't plan on paving until September, October. So we'll see how that turns out. Another job that doesn't show up there is I'm doing a district-wide contract chip seal at the moment. The road sections are in Wind River Canyon, Shell Canyon, 14A, South Fork, and North Fork. So I'm glad I'm doing this presentation this week and not next week, because you're going to have them in you next week. And so that's pretty much what we have for this year. And then coming up in 26, we're jumping back up to Cody Yellowstone. Leave off or start up where we left off a couple of years ago. They're at Fishhawk Trailhead down to the Shoshone River Bridge that's east or west of Elk Fork. That pavement's over 20 years old. We try to get out and rehab our pavement somewhere around the 20-year time frame. And then we're also have a job going in Powell. It starts at Cheyenne Street and we'll go to the railroad tracks in Ralston. That's a mill and overlay. And when we work in town like that and touch the surface, we have to redo all the ADA work in town that doesn't meet. And we replace broken curb and gutter and sidewalk. And we are out there meeting with all those landowners within the curb and gutter section right now. So that'll be next summer. And then your guys' job will be next summer. It'll be the bridge replacement on 3XQ on the Grable River Bridge.
And then we have one other piece from Garland to Byron that will tie that all together that's been overlaid a couple years ago from Byron this way. In 27, we'll be back up on Chief Joseph going from milepost 8.5 there by K-Bar Z up to milepost 17, and that's a mill and overlay. And then we'll be doing a bridge replacement up by Franny on the bridge that's right on the border on 310 and 27. 28, we'll start there at Ralston, and we'll go to the Garland Canal where the approach slabs were settled on the Garland Canal. We're going to replace those and repave that. I know it's hard to believe, but we paved that in 2005. So it's already 20 years old. And then we got a section up on Montana line, starting at the Montana line, coming back for 5 miles. And 28, that's a mill and overlay. 29 will be North Fork again. We'll do from that bridge west of Elks Fork back down to the forest boundary. And in 2030, we have the next section of Chief Joseph that'll go from 17 to 26, which will put us just over Dead Indian Creek. And then we're looking at an overlay on Meeteetse streets with ADA. The other thing that's not on this list is Powell Urban Systems. They're looking at replacing the bridge at Fair Street. And they've been, I know Commissioner Thiel's been working with the irrigation company to try to get them on board to move their drop back. So I'm thinking next spring they'll start requesting to put that job in there.
So, in addition to our contractor chip sealing up the South Fork and on 14A, right?
Yeah.
And North Fork, our maintenance forces are gonna be chip sealing around the area as well. I think this week they're starting on Highway 20, or next week they're gonna start on Highway 20 between Warland and Basin. So it's not a good time to buy a new windshield. This summer, I would wait until the fall. We are doing a lot of chip sealing around the district this year.
A lot of reporters in here, you just said that.
It's true. That's good public information. We do our best to minimize the impacts on the public, but you know, when you put chips on the road and people drive too fast, it gets some windshields, so.
Projects.
Okay, on the second page, there's a list of district-wide projects, and I probably don't need to go through each one, but those are that's like our chip seal project that we're doing with the contractor on the North Fork, the South Fork, and up 14A outside of Level. That's a good example of one that, you know, we can collaborate on if you want to do some work together. If you got some roads that you want a contractor to chip. There's a number of crack sealing. We do crack sealing just about every year. There will be, sometimes we're doing rejuvenator too with our maintenance guys. So that's about the list of projects. Are there any questions for us or comments?
Madam Chair, just a comment on Coker Avenue in Powell, where it gets to be about 45 miles per hour before you get to Mountain View. But we have Albertson's traffic coming out, and people are using the turn lane to merge, which Cody Beers hates. And has there been any crash data on that area over there that might bring the speed limit down to 35 until you get past that area?
So we have,
Introduce yourself, Jack.
Yeah, I'm Jack Hoffman. I'm the district traffic engineer. And so we have looked extensively at that location right there in the 45-mile-an-hour transition. At this time, the data that we have does not support that lowering of that speed limit with the studies we have. We did just complete another round of data acquisition about a month ago that we're going to look at and take a look at that. On the upcoming PAL project that we have, we are in discussions with Albertsons themselves to modify the existing access there to hopefully improve the internal circulation. Those of you who have driven in there know that you kind of come into a T and have to make a decision whether you're going to go left or right. And the intent is to align that with one of those alleyways there. So that way, hopefully that will increase the flow of traffic in and out, hopefully reduce some of those congestion that we have right there. So that's where we're at with the speed limit at this point.
I do have one safety situation, I guess, and I don't know what you use for input, but going out to Powell Highway and we have the 4-lane. And then where it goes to a single lane eastbound, it's a merge left. The sign says merge left. The next sign shows a merge left and nobody ever merges. And I think one of the things that we're maybe at least me used to is the arrows on the road that say get over. There aren't any there. And I'm just wondering if that's a possibility, because going out there every night, going home from here, inevitably there's two cars side by side and somebody's trying to decide who's right, and who's going to move over. And I just think there's going to be a lot of trouble there if we don't.
This side of Corbett Bridge?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, from Cody.
From Cody toward Powell.
Yeah, that's something we can definitely look at.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Member of the public, Belle, if you want to come forward, please, so we can hear you.
Do you want?
That's fine,
Yeah.
if she wants to. Her voice is pretty loud.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Bell and I'm here representing myself. Yeah, just a concerned citizen as we continue to look at the Bighorn Avenue project. And I thank you so much for the opportunity to hear from both YDOT today as well as the city as far as what's an unfortunate delay. And so as a previous member of the urban system, part of the city of Cody, I just kind of have more of just a question about whether or not when we go ahead and we do a corridor study, which was done, whether or not there's a serious look at some of those property issues, so that maybe those can be identified earlier in the process, because I think most of us are just really disappointed that what we thought was a June 30th finish date on that. Let me get it wrong. RHB, right? On Bighorn Avenue wasn't finished, and that it's tied up with maybe something that should have been anticipated from the start. And I know as a part of that committee that looked at that corridor study, there's a lot of property that when you're talking about alignments of streets and those different things, there are things that are doable and there are things that are not. But I think being able to identify the property, the easements that may end up with this kind of an ending where something that was ready to go ends up not going. So that's first. Second is just kind of a question about any future plans on milling Bighorn Avenue. Okay.
Still in pretty good shape.
Yeah. So I just want to just kind of alert people to a part of that corridor study, and the information that came out afterwards is a reduction of any speed limit would include a narrowing of those lanes. And so just to keep that in front of us, that we don't end up, approving a project and not talking about what was kind of a shared goal. We can't have, from what I've been told, we can't have a reduction of speed for a school zone without a reduction of the width of the lanes. I would direct people to look at Powell, Lovell, Byron, Thermopolis, Meeteetse, who all have, different ways of getting the public's attention and lowering speed during school hours. And then finally, I believe I just have a question. So I've got just this 2-page transportation, this guy, Peter.
Yeah.
And I'm just not seeing project B215020 on it. And I'm happy to be foolish and not see it. I do see the Cougar Lane that's been zeroed out that we spoke about just a little bit earlier ago.
Which one is what, 2510?
That's a Bighorn, yeah. Mhm.
That's probably because it's a fiscal 24.
S-
That was a fiscal 24 cap grant.
Yeah, it is shown on this summary about halfway down. Those Cody streets, these locations, sidewalk.
I'm just not sure I have the right.
24507.
It's right here. Says Cody. Construct sidewalk and ADA ramps.
Right there.
It's
The first CD job, 24507.
Stephanie, the reason B 215005 is still showing up there, that's the Cougar Avenue extension. It will show on this list until Philip writes a letter to Pete saying to take it off the list. It was decided by the Urban Systems Committee not to do that.
Right.
It will stay on there until Philip writes this letter.
Okay, so I'm just not seeing that project on this with that code.
Bighorn.
Overhead beacon. What is that one?
That, this is last year's.
Oh, okay. I
So
think that's.
it might just be a coding issue. I'm just calling it attention to it to make sure. Yeah, I would hate to have a,
No, it's there.
okay. Happy to, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any other member of the public that would like to speak?
I would stop her, for the discussion on Cougar Avenue that was mentioned. The city and county urban systems or Cody Urban Systems Committee did, have discussions over the last year about that Cougar Avenue project. That was in the past our #1 urban systems project that we were going to use the urban systems pot of money for. With the committee members discussing other alternatives for the use of that urban systems money over the last year, a new #1 project emerged, and that is improvement of East Sheridan Avenue from approximately Sunset Elementary all the way to Beacon Hill. And so that has now been formally voted on by the full Urban Systems Committee that Chairman Overfield and Brian Edwards are on, along with Todd and myself and other members of our community. And so that new #1 project from Sunset to Beacon Hill will be requested for reconnaissance funding using that urban systems pot of money. We've completed, as probably most are aware, we the city have stepped in and done some paving on Cougar Avenue and designed that paving and the improvements made there, following the federal regulations so that no repayment of the money used for the reconnaissance report done in 2019 would be necessary. And so we are re-designating that #1 project to that section of East Sheridan Avenue. We anticipate with the reconnaissance report completed, we will likely break that into 2 phases. First phase from approximately Sunset Elementary to the east, perhaps up to the S-curve area, maybe 37th Street. And then the second phase being we hope some curve smoothing of that S-curve and all the way out to Beacon Hill at a later time when more of that urban systems funding is available. We believe that first phase is within our current urban systems balance that could be complete with the reconnaissance report. They go right into design for curved gutter sidewalk and paving of that section between Sunset and 37.
Thank you.
In a
You
previous.
need to identify yourself, please, for the.
Sure.
I'm Jennifer with the Cody Chamber of Commerce. In a previous conversation, Cody and I have discussed the, I guess it's Yellowstone Avenue from the old Walmart to the rodeo, which is getting pretty potholed and torn up. From a chamber perspective, I do not want that road closed, but it's pretty rough. And this said, my notes said 2031 to 32. That's a long ways off. And I'm thinking if it takes 6 years to plan a project, we probably need to be talking about that a little bit more.
it's the money issue that he's dealing with right now, finding the funding to push that up. So I wish he was here to talk about it more, but we know it needs work done. Just gotta have the funding to do it.
And our maintenance forces will do maintenance on it to kind of keep it as good as we can with that type of work.
Yeah, my ask, I guess, would be a long heads up, knowing when there's going to be delays there, because that will be pretty detrimental. Okay.
I was here when we did it last time, and it was not fun. It was not fun at all. Unfortunately, last time we put a storm sewer in, so that made it worse. This time it would just be an overlay. So that would kind of speed things up. We've definitely taken a different look at how we schedule some of these jobs. Like that job would probably have to be done by June 15th.
Yes, please.
So we're out of there. The other thing we do for the Cody area is I don't let anybody work in the Cody area on my jobs from June 30th to July 5th. That's just a standard thing I put in every one of my projects. I just know it's just too much traffic to deal with, so.
Thank you. I do notice that there's not as much complaints about the road closures on Yellowstone as there was on Sheridan, so.
Is that road closure basically for the rest, well, one lane closure basically for the rest of the summer out there on the tire building?
How long is that gonna last?
So they,
Just
that,
for a month.
Oh, just for a month? Okay, thank you.
that site is a subdivision approved by the city of Cody, so there was a subdivision with a new Cody Road being constructed. And so that will be a new entrance and access road there. And the reason for their closure is to get their utility connections made. The water line that's in West Yellowstone Avenue that they'll be connecting to. And also some other utilities like electric and communications that are buried in the whiteout right away along there. So those, once those utility connections are made over the next month, that current one lane closure.
And that contractor has been great about working with us to maintain pedestrian access on the sidewalk.
Oh.
Lot different viewpoints of contractors.
True.
Again, the other thing to keep in mind, that's gonna be really congested without lane closure here at the end of the week and through next week, but that should still, if we start right at the end.
Oh, boy. Okay. What's your phone number? Cody? No.
I have code.
Call me anytime.
I know. No, I know with what you guys deal with, and we see it a little bit here in Cody, but we appreciate what all you do too.
I just want to know where Buffalo Bill's grave is.
We're not going there.
I did. I did.
No. Anything else from the public? Philip?
I'll share as well that the city did just, the city has applied for YDOT FY 2026 TAP grant. And based on the work that Janie and Chris did on the Saddle Up Cody Active Transportation Plan that was adopted by the city in 2024 and early 2025, we had a project identified in that active transportation plan to complete the sidewalk gap from approximately the car wash near Sulphur Creek drainage crossing over to the Ivy. We've applied for additional design funding to go from the Ivy north along 8th Street and actually complete that whole gap. So we've submitted our application for that TAP grant. It will be for design funding only. And so our goal would be, if we're successful in getting that grant, we would perform that design probably in calendar year 26. And then we would need to go back to YDOT for a second TAP grant for the actual construction of that project. And that would likely be an FY 27 or FY 28 TAP grant, second application. So could have some design completed in calendar year 26, and then moving into construction possibly as early as 27, but more likely in calendar year 28 on that project.
Thank you. Thanks. Thanks to Chris and Janie for doing that one. Yes, Janie. Okay.
I'm Janie Curtis with that other project. Is that what's listed on this budget sheet? Oh, okay.
Those are coming up, right? The awards are, they do that usually beginning of August.
I think the announcement usually comes out like the first week of October. But yeah, we just submitted the grant application. It's due July 15th, so we submitted it last week and have confirmation that our application is in and received.
Thank you. Anything else from the public? Well, as you can tell, there's never a shortage of projects for these guys, never a shortage of work, but we do appreciate what you do.
Thank you. It's a good business to be in. You're always busy.
True enough, true enough.
It's like owning a liquor store.
They might go hand in hand here, Pete.
Hey, Cody. Yes. Can you get Scott a press release on Don't Buy a Windshield right now?
Oh.
He was asking for press releases earlier. I think Zach's gonna write it.
Zach, all right. No, thank you all. And thank you all for coming. We appreciate the update, and I guess we'll look forward to seeing you in January too.
Yep. And thank you for making time for us. We appreciate it.
You bet. Okay, thanks.
Madam Chair, move to adjourn.
Second.
So moved and seconded to adjourn the meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Yes.
Yeah, Cody, I think that'd be a good one. Chip seal seasons. Don't buy a windshield. Yeah, chip seal.